Hello everyone and welcome to our live broadcast of the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships. I'm your host Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and today we are going to bring you 27 holes of coverage from here at Kaposia Park. It's going to be an awesome day. We've got gorgeous weather in the forecast for both today and tomorrow. These players are going to see a slightly easier course today and then a few longer pins and more challenging holes tomorrow. However, 27 holes both days plus a final 9. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and we're going to go ahead and cut to the action right away. Let me first tell you who we're going to have on our tee. We have Bill Carey from Minneapolis. Then from Roseville, John Gabrielli. Austin, Texas, we'll bring in Jordan Castro. Josh Hoekstra from Rochester. And then from Robbinsville, we have Sid Roberts. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. Let's get to the action.
Austin, Minnesota.
Oh, that's what I say.
Texas.
And Bill Carey is first on the tee, and he hits a tree on the top right-hand side of the fairway. And that is John Gabrielli from Roseville, Minnesota, coming up just a bit short and left. And from Austin, Minnesota, not Austin, Texas, we have Jordan Castro. And Jordan plays the low skip shot and puts himself just short of the wood chips there. Good shot. From Rochester, Josh Hoekstra. Oh, and Josh narrowly misses the ace here on his first shot. And last to tee from Robbinsville, Minnesota, Sid Roberts. And there you have it. All 5 of our players have teed off, and we will move down the fairway here on hole 1. Again, we are at Kaposia Park in Minnesota, one of the oldest and most renowned courses here in Minnesota. We have a gorgeous day out here. We are excited and glad to have everyone tuning in from all over the world here today to watch the Minnesota Amateur Championships for our sold-out field of 144 competitors, this being the 3rd year of the event. And after going wide right, we have Bill Carey, who's going to be throwing first. And Bill with a jump putt, pretty much coming up just short of the basket and laying up. And Sid lays up just underneath the basket as well. Oh, and just tickling a right side chain is John's birdie attempt. And the left side basket is Jordan's attempt. We'll do our best to remind everyone of who our stars are out here today. These gentlemen were nice enough to all wear very different colored shirts for us. This is Josh's birdie attempt from 28 feet behind the basket. He is just off the top. So unless something crazy were to happen here, I'm expecting 5 tap-ins for par here on hole 1. Well, Jordan does have a little bit of cleanup, I should say. And Jordan makes good. I apologize, that was John. And Jordan taps in. So to clarify for everyone at home, we have Sid in red, we have Jordan wearing black today, we have Josh in purple, John in blue, and Bill Carey in yellow. So these gentlemen have done a great job of all wearing different colored shirts. I swear within a few holes we'll have their names all nailed down. So with that being said, that was hole 1. Let's check out hole 2.
How you doing? My name is Mitchell Prevette. I'm sponsored by Tyler, Team Tie-Dye, and Deity Disc. We're here at hole 2 at Kaposia. It's a dog leg a little bit to the left, pretty straightforward. There is a Mando off to the left-hand side of the hole. Just want to throw a nice buzz or a wasp, pretty much park it.
And Bill has a gorgeous shot that narrowly misses the ace here on hole 2. Next to tee is John Gabrielli. And a very nice shot by John, just a bit short. Third to on the tee is Jordan Castro. And Jordan narrowly sneaking by that tree and is up there for the birdie opportunity. And hitting the tree on the right is Josh's drive. 5th on the tee, Sid Roberts. And Sid coming up just a bit short. There's your tee shots on hole 4. We're going to move over and check out Josh from his lie as he had hit wide right. And Josh gets up and fires pretty quickly to approach. And it looks like he's going to be wide right. Left himself with about 30 feet or so for his par opportunity. And Sid with about 40 feet left to the pin, maybe even 45 feet for his birdie opportunity. And he's just a bit right. Bill here off to the left-hand side of the basket is checking the wind. He has about 35 feet for his birdie opportunity. Oh, just off the front of the basket. Oh, and barely squeaking in for the par. Very nice shot. Josh saves his par. This is Sid for par. Makes good. And birdie 2 for John. And we will have a birdie 2 by Jordan Castro as well. There you have it. We have 3 pars and 2 birdies. Birdies by both John and Jordan here on hole 2. Let's move on over, check out the stud that gives us the preview on hole 3. I'm the Disc Golf Guy, and this is my hole 3 preview. We're out here at Kaposia Park, number 3, measuring at 280 feet. Plays it a little bit longer than that because it's uphill to the double tier. I'm gonna go ahead and throw a ghost, left to right, try and go for the birdie.
Out of 3, John, Jordan,
John going with a very nice turnover shot. Looks like he's made it up there. Gets a little cut roll back. He's going to have himself a birdie opportunity from within 30 feet. Also birdieing hole 2 is Jordan Castro. And Jordan coming up just a bit short. And that wind continues to push these discs from left to right. Bill gets a little bit of a kick to keep him on this side of the fairway. Josh here going with a forehand. And coming up just a bit deep, hoping for it to sit down, and it does. 5th on the tee, Sid Roberts. And Sid with a gorgeous shot just short of the second tier. It's going to give him a birdie opportunity as well. As we walk down hole 3.
I'm AJ Risley, and this is The Gauge. With its reliable straight flight and its excessive amount of glide, the Gauge is perfect for players of all skill levels.
Five weekends, so huge thanks to Legacy for helping making that happen and getting SmashBoxx up and off the ground. We'd also like to thank Sandy Point Resort, the wonderful people, and Mike and Michelle and Willow and Camille Cousins over at Sandy Point Resort and Disc Golf Ranch. Miles Parkhill from Paragon Disc Golf out of Springfield, Illinois, as well as the PDGA and Keen for all of their support in all disc golf endeavors. You are watching live disc golf here in Minnesota, brought to you by SmashBoxx and the Disc Golf Guy. Jordan's attempt is up and to the left. Bill's getting a little bit of headwind here, but he will be next to putt. And Bill's attempt is just a bit to the right. Left side chain, no birdie for John Gabrielli. And And after throwing a forehand and going just a bit deep, we got Josh Hoekstra. Josh looking to pick up his first birdie of the round. And he makes good. Birdie 2 for Josh here on hole number 3. This is also Sid for birdie, looking to also pick up his first birdie of the round from 22 feet. And he makes good. Jordan in for par. And both Bill and John have their tap-ins for par here on hole 3. So there you have it, 3 of the easier holes on the course, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, and 3. These players are off and running. We're going to move on over to hole 4. Let's check out the preview.
Alan Hansenbeg here again on hole 4 at Kaposia. Measures in at 360 feet, so it is drivable, but if you go deep, there's a drop-off behind the pin, so you got a tough comeback. You want to stay away from the trees on the left, get past this group of trees on the right. Safe play here is to turn it over out into that field and then get your up and down. Hansenbeg here again on hole.
Josh, 2 of those. And as somewhat expected here, ladies and gentlemen, there's a slight backup here on hole 4. As Alan Hansenbeg notified us, this is one of the more challenging holes out here. It is certainly the most challenging hole they've gotten to thus far. So we'll wait for the players on the hole ahead of us just to go ahead and clear out the starting players on hole 2. Somewhat of the noise and things you may be hearing here in the background as we are directly up against Highway 52, directly behind us. Hence it's a little bit louder over on this side of the course. Players have a moment just to relax. As we said, holes 1, 2, and 3 are relatively easy to get started here on this course. Most players would like to be at least 1 or 2 down. I believe almost everyone on our card thus far has birdied at least one of the holes. It is an absolutely gorgeous day out here. We have not exactly been blessed with beautiful weather this spring, and that not only goes for the Midwest, but throughout the rest of the country. Currently, it is 49 degrees here at 9:26 a.m. Central Time. And we hope to have a relatively sunny day throughout the entire weekend, I should say, both today and tomorrow. Look to have a great forecast. Again, the format for the weekend is 27 holes today. Tomorrow they will also play another 27 holes. However, a handful of the pins will be moved back to longer positions, and then there will be a final 9 for the top 4 players. So we will be bringing you all of the action. We're so glad that you're tuned in here to SmashBoxxTV this weekend. I'm again your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. And in just a few moments, we will have Josh on the tee. And Josh is slightly caught up by the first bush on the left-hand side. Sid with a nice turnover shot, finishing again on the right-hand side, which is definitely where you want to be if you're not going to drive the entire pin. And Roseville's John Gabrielli is off to the left-hand side. He may have made it into the woods and shoal on the left. We'll have to see when we get up there. Fourth to tee is Jordan Castro. And Jordan's just looking for a little hyzer at the end. And he has put himself within 40 feet of the pin. And playing the wind as it pushed left to right and finishing right in the center is Bill Carey from Minneapolis. If you guys have not visited Kaposia Park in St. Paul, you will notice that a few of the holes here to start out are a little bit congested. 1 through 3 are what we have just completed on our right-hand side, but 4, 5, and others will now move into the woods. We see a few players putting out over here on hole 3. Also, hole number 27 finishes back near where hole 1 tees. And Josh looking for a little bit more power to get up there. He's come up a little shorter than he'd like to. As you can see, this is a pin perched on top of a small mound. So of course, if you're too aggressive with your putting, you have a likelihood of it getting up and rolling further away than you'd probably like. So players need to be conscientious of that. And it looks like John is going to be next to throw. John just made it to the edge of the woods here. Looks like he's going to have an opportunity to be able to get up and down from there. Had he been buried in there even just a few more feet, it would have been much more challenging. And a perfect forehand to just underneath the pin. And it seems as if Bill is verifying. I don't believe, there may have been a foot fault called. However, I'm unsure as to that. I believe there was a foot fault called, and that's what they were double checking. Oh, and Bill cashes in on the birdie from more than 50 feet. Beautiful birdie by Bill. That will put him one down after 4 holes, carding his first birdie of the round. And Sid's birdie attempt comes up just a bit short. He's going to have to settle for a par. We'll get in position here for Jordan. And he seemed a bit tentative, which is understandable as you're throwing up onto this mound. And looking to save his par and take his 3 and move on is Josh. Solid putt by Josh to take the par. And Jordan puts in for his par. Sid with his 3, as will John. And there you have it. With the long putt and the only birdie on the hole, Bill Carey cashes in. It's 360-foot uphill shot on hole 4. Bill Carey takes the bird and the rest of the card with pars. Let's move on over to hole 5.
How you doing? Mitch Prevett here again. Hole number 5. As you can see behind me, it's in the short at 255 right now. On Sunday, it'll be in the long position at 420. This one is very tricky. This is where the course gets a little tricky. Hopefully you're about 2 or 3 down at this point, but what I like to do on this hole is a buzz shot. I don't like to get over ahead of myself with a driver, but a buzz shot right down the middle is all you really need.
And it looks like the card ahead of us are just tapping out for their completion here on hole 5. As we saw in the preview, hole 5 is in the short position today at 255 feet. Is going to be much more challenging as it finishes off and to the right tomorrow at 420 feet. If these guys are looking to card the birdie 2, today would be the day to do it. Tomorrow it's going to be more likely that they're just going to be playing for a par 3. You are watching live coverage of the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are at Kaposia Park in St. Paul, Minnesota. And we are watching the second card just complete the hole. And on the tee, we have Bill Carey after carding the birdie 2 on hole 4. And Bill had thrown it almost dead straight. You need a little bit of hyzer, but he will have a look at the bird. And Josh with a very nice shot here on hole 2. Third on the tee, Sid Roberts. And Sid hugging the right-hand side of the fairway. And John looks like it gets up and rolls just a little bit, but he'll have a good look at birdie. Next up is Jordan Castro. Oh, and that may have been somewhat of a blessing as Jordan's disc hit the tree and then went straight down. It looked like it was veering left. And maybe a little bit of a blessing that all it did was kick straight down. There's your tee shots on hole 5. Let's see who goes and makes good on their birdie. And Jordan gets a very light kiss off the tree. Looks like he's going to be up near the pin. This is Sid for birdie 2. Just a bit light. Bill is within 25 feet for his birdie opportunity, going with the straddle putt. And Bill makes good. And Jordan taking his time on the 10-footer. Every shot counts here at the Minnesota Amateur Championships. Making sure that whether it's for birdie, par, or bogey, these players want to give up any strokes, as it's a very competitive field. Josh taps in for birdie. And John in purple here taps in for birdie as well. We have birdies by Bill, John, Jordan, and Josh. I apologize. We have birdies by Bill, John, Josh, and pars by Sid and Jordan. Let's move on to hole 6.
Alan Hansen-Begg here again on hole 6 at Kaposia. In the shorts on Saturday, this hole will be at about 300 feet, and on Sunday at about 364 feet. You want to be right in the middle of the fairway. This is the first one, well, second one that you really don't want to be off the fairway at all. Even if you just get to the top of the hill, you'll have a nice easy 3 on Saturday. On Sunday, you do want to get as far as you can, but you want to get in the middle of the fairway. It's a blind shot, but don't let it fool you. You do have to get it up over that hill. So. Yeah, that's not where I would actually throw it.
As we wait here on the 300-foot hole 6, again, this is one of the pins that is in a slightly easier position today, and it's going to be much more challenging tomorrow. And just for all the clarification at home, we do apologize if I've miscommunicated any of the players and the colors, hence not giving you the correct information on screen. We have Bill Carey wearing a yellow shirt today, who's going to be on the tee. John Gabrielli is wearing purple. Jordan Castro is in black. Josh Hoekstra is in blue, and Sid Roberts is in red. So if there have been any incorrect displays on the screen, I take full responsibility for that. We're just glad that we can be here today taking in all the action at the Minnesota Amateur Championships. After carding back-to-back birdies on holes 5 and 6, Bill Carey will have the tee. This is hole 6. Bill has carded birdies on both 4 and 5. And throwing a very nice shot here on hole 6 is Bill Carey. Josh Hoekstra in blue, sitting at 2 under after 5 holes, is next on the tee. And Josh could have used a little bit more power on that, as it seems to have faded off on the left-hand side of the fairway. And in purple, we have John Gabrielli. And looks as if John's shot has gone wide right. Next to tee in red, we have Sid Roberts. And Sid just getting up to the edge of the hillside. Jordan Castro on the tee. And Jordan throwing a very nice looking shot. He may even be a little bit deep with that shot. However, he's going to like it. It's going to give him a birdie opportunity. And those are your tee shots here on hole 5. Looks like we will have Sid throwing first as he's reached the top of the hill. And short and left, Sid could have used a little bit more power on that approach shot. Just a few feet in front of him will be John. And John throwing a nice Anheuser shot. Looks like he had a little bit more on it than he needed. We have a little work to do to come back for his par opportunity. And as I said off the tee, it looks like Josh is just a bit left. Could have used a little bit more power. He's left with about 70 feet to the pin. And with not a lot of room, Josh puts up very nicely to within a few feet of the pin. We're going to go ahead and see who is up first. It looks like it's going to be Sid. Brief conversation, but Sid is going to be next to throw. just a bit short. Sid will be carding the first bogey 4 here of the round. And Bill's birdie opportunity is just a bit short and right. And as I said, although he had a very nice turnover approach shot, looks like John's upshot has gone just a bit long. He's going to be left with about 25 feet on this comebacker. And he makes good. Very nice par save by John. And Jordan makes good on the birdie as well. Bill taps in for his par, as does Josh. Sid will card the bogey 4, and as I said, Jordan takes the birdie 2. Let's move on over and check out hole 7.
How you doing? Mitch Prevet here, hole 7. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's a little blind shot. You're going to be hyzering off for righties. It is 260 for the short and 320 for the long. All I like to do is throw a stable putter shot. Otherwise, you can lighten it up and throw a nice stable mid-range shot. But pretty easy shot. It's one that you want. It's one with.
Players are just trying to verify here on this blind hole 7 whether or not they are clear. It looks like second card is in fact clear. And sitting at 2 under after 6, we have Jordan Castro on the tee. Jordan's happy with his shot as this blind hole plays off and to the left. And Bill's shot does hit one of the trees. It looks like it might be a little bit short. This is John Hoekstra on the tee. And John is caught up on the left-hand side by one of the higher hanging trees. Fourth on the tee, John Gabrielli. And a much lower approach here by John. And Sid has a nice looking shot here on the blind, hole number 7. There you have it. We are on 7 holes in here at the Minnesota Amateur Championships. Again, I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We hope you're enjoying the live action. If you could, do us a favor, go out and subscribe to our YouTube channel on SmashBoxxTV. Also, check us out on Facebook or on the internet. We are anywhere and everywhere that you could possibly find us. I think we even work that Twitter thing, as some of the kids may say. So please go out, like, share, follow, watch along at home. Whatever you need to be doing out there today, hope you're tuned in and watching and enjoying the live coverage here at the Minnesota Amateur Championships. This will be Josh Hoekstra. And he has placed himself in the one spot you do not want to be on this approach shot, which is directly behind one of the larger trees on the hole. He's going to have a straddle putt. He should be able to get out and around from there. However, that was not an ideal placement, unfortunately. Next to putt from approximately 35, maybe 40 feet, we have Bill Carey in yellow. Not quite enough, and Bill will have to settle for the par 3 here. And it looks like Jordan's shot had carried slightly wide and right of the pin. He has less than 25 feet for his birdie opportunity. Oh, and left side chain. Jordan's also going to be settling for a par. John has his birdie opportunity from 12 feet. And he takes the birdie 2 here on hole 7. And straddling out as well from 10 feet. Josh makes good on his par. And after carding the bogey on 6, Sid comes back and takes the birdie here on 7 with a tap in. Great recovery. And Jordan and Bill will tap out for their pars. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen 7 holes here at the Minnesota Amateur Championships. Let's move on to the signature hole number 8.
Alan Hansen-Begg on hole 8 at Kaposia. This is a tough hole. You got to get it up there 510 feet to get to the first pin on Saturday, 615 feet on Sunday in the deep position. As you notice, there's a hill there that you got to clear, so you got to stay low enough to get the distance, but high enough to clear that hill. Miss the buck box on your right, or you're going to owe everybody in your cart $1. There's a Mando here on the left that doesn't really come into play, but you do have to stay clear of the left side in the road, and the fence is OB. There's an OB deep. If you really get one to the right and deep, you're going to go OB. The pin itself has a tough green, kind of a putt of death, so you want to make sure you approach it correctly when you get up there. Probably too low, but we'll take it.
It's left to right, a lot of scary throws, so make sure you stay to the left.
All right, we are getting some bonus spotter information here as they're double checking where everyone is going to throw from. He first asked if anyone was going to be driving the green more than 500 feet, and a few humorous responses off the scorecard. However, he said there's also some pretty nasty wind up there, so he's letting the players know ahead of time, which is very nice on the spotter's behalf. First on the tee, we will have John Gabrielli. Followed by him, also carding the birdie 2 on hole 7, will be Sid Roberts. And just a few moments here, we'll have John Gabrielli teeing off. And John taking the spotter's advice and making sure that he finishes up and on the left-hand side of the opening. Next to tee, Sid Roberts. And Sid throwing a very nice shot. I think he'd hope for a little bit more on the left-hand side, but that should work. 2 under after 7 holes is Bill Carey. And just getting caught up on the tree on the left-hand side is Bill's tee shot. And Jordan looking to get past that tree, and he does. He's going to be happy with that shot. Josh just looking to get by the tree. Looks like he's got a great shot as well. There you have it. That are our drives on hole number 8. Let's move on down the
So
fairway.
this is a pretty common landing spot. You need to approach from here at about 150 feet from the pin. Is directly behind that pine tree. You can see just the edge of the pin there. Behind the pin is a drop off. There's built up with rocks, and if you go deep, you're going to be 40, 50 feet deep. So you really need to touch it up there. It's better to be short and have the putt of death than to go deep and have a 45 footer coming back. So this is a
Bill Carey will be first to throw. Bill trying to play the left to right wind, however, it was a little bit too stable. Either that or he simply did not turn it over enough. He's going to be looking to get up and down and just take a 4 here. Needed a little bit more turn and needed to account for the wind to be able to push it over just a bit more. Next to throw will be Sid Roberts. And Sid's forehand attempt is just a bit low. Again, the wind is brutal out here as this is one of the more exposed areas of the course. We are just to the right of Highway 52, and this is one of the most open holes that we'll find out here at the park. And the wind is blowing relatively stiff from left to right wind, from left to right. Josh here is going to try and take advantage of that with a forehand attempt. Josh simply let the wind get under it way too much. And up and over, he's gone OB on the right-hand side. He crossed the road. Anything in the road or to the right of the road is out of bounds here. And John throws a very nice approach shot to within 20 feet of the green. And with the nicest drive in the group, Jordan has the easiest approach. As you saw it skip up and over the rocks, he should still be within 15 or 20 feet, even with that little bit of a skip. Jordan and John, the only two likely players here looking to get their threes. This is going to be Bill for his third shot. Really, he's just going to have a layup here as he's hoping to get close to the pin. And also stopped by the rocks this time is Bill. This will be Sid's third shot. And Josh will have to get a lie from an exact marking, so to speak, from his card mates.
Yeah, looks good.
And we will get in position. As you can probably hear, the wind is coming directly in our face at this point. That's going to give Josh a little bit of a right to left wind as he's going to have this next shot from below the basket. And as I said, he's got a right to left wind from just below the basket. He's got at least 40 feet. He can be a little bit aggressive here. He just doesn't want to go too far past. And just underneath the basket. Very nice attempt. And Sid has also found himself below the basket. This is going to be him for 4. Oh, and just barely short. He will be carding the double bogey 5. For the sake of this event, many of the players and tournament staff has considered every hole a par 3. However, as most of you have seen on our larger scale events and national tours and other events, by most considerations this would be a par 4. Either way, we all know at the end of the day the low score is what wins the tournament. And a great 3. John makes good. And this will be Bill Carey for his 4. And Jordan is left with less than 15 feet for his par 3. Card mates verifying that he has a legal stance. And Jordan with an excellent par 3. Josh taps in and is ready to be off this hole. And Sid is in as well. Well, there you have it. That is our signature hole 8. We've got a little bit of a lengthy walk. We're going to move over to hole 9. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. This is the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships.
Hey there, this is Tom Marcus at Everyday Disc Golf in Newport, Minnesota. We're located in the southeast corner of the Twin Cities, just off Highway 494 and Maxwell Avenue. Check out our online store for a variety of top brands where stock discs are individually photographed to ensure customer satisfaction. This year I'm running a collection of 25 PDGA events called the Everyday Disc Golf Tour. I'm also running over 20 Bring Your Own Partner doubles format events called the Everyday Double Series. All this information and more can be found at our website, everydaydiscgolf.com.
We've moved over here to hole 9. This is my style of hole. 210, short, wooded. Just got to get past that center tree, and hopefully you're up there for the birdie. That's what I like. And the players look to be clear here on short hole 9. And John Gabrielli with the tee. John narrowly missing that center tree. If you've missed that, you have a opportunity to birdie here. Looks like John has a very nice shot. Next on the tee, Jordan Castro. And Jordan getting caught up on the right-hand side. Third up, Bill Carey. And Bill with a nearly perfect shot, just missing again the center tree. He's going to have 15 feet or less from just behind the basket. Fourth on the tee, Sid Roberts. Oh, and missing the gap and hitting the left-hand side is Sid's tee shot. Looking for a little extra kick. Josh's shot is short and on the right-hand side. And with a nice approach, Sid will be making his recovery for his par 3 here. Josh has hit one of the trees directly between him and the basket. Unfortunately, he has not made much progress after it had rolled back toward him. Jordan, from nearly the same distance, has a birdie opportunity. Oh, and just off the top of the rim. Hitting another tree between him and the basket. Josh for his par attempt. He's still left with 25 feet. This will be for bogey 4. Just over the rim for bogey 4. Josh is going to be excited to get off one of the shortest holes that they've played here today. Short but wooded. We are directly in line with Bill's birdie opportunity. Bill trying to determine if he should straddle left or right. And Bill had straddled to the right and unfortunately does not draw any metal. He's going to be left with a little bit of a tester for a comeback. Bill's return putt is right. He will be carding a bogey 4. John makes good for birdie 2. This is Sid for par 3. Jordan is tapping in, as is Bill. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are exactly 1/3 of the way completed through this round. We are 9 holes in. And hole 9, although the shortest hole these competitors have seen, we also saw more over par strokes than any other hole. So no easy holes out here at the Minnesota Amateur Championships. We're going to stand down just for a few moments. We're going to take a brief break. Before we get back to the action, we have a short backup here on hole 10. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and you are watching the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships covered by SmashBoxxTV. We'll be back with you in a moment.
is like the thing that tells you the disc is done? When are you like, now this is ready?
When he puts it in his bag. When he puts it in his bag, it's ready. Yeah, we kind of throw it, test the different runs, and go with what's flying the best, most consistent. We can go up and down with different weights to change the flights and do different stuff as we're testing them. You know, different colors matter also. So the weight's going to be more weight now. The weights are about 8 grams difference. We made and designed the mold to do a specific thing. So we're out there testing the mold, testing the plastics to make sure that's how we design the disc so we can fly the way we want to.
Hey, Mitch Prevet here again, hole 10. It's a pretty demanding shot. It's straightforward. You don't want to go left or right. I like to throw a nice fairway driver for this 385-foot hole. It's very demanding after that nice little birdie shot you have, so let's get it right down the middle. How about?
Mitchell Prevet was a top competitor in 2012 as he was in contention on the lead card. His success here gave him the confidence to begin playing Open, where he has won 6 PDGA events and has 12 top 5 finishes. Prevet is sure to build on his impressive showings in 2014.
I'm Mitchell Prevet with Team Tie-Dye. You're watching the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships live.
I'm AJ Risley, and this is the Gauge. With its reliable straight flight and its excessive amount of glide, the Gauge is perfect for players of all skill levels.
It's all about practice, preparation, and routine. Approaching the tee shot, I always line up my shot and check the wind direction. Always take into consideration the trees that are out there and the out of bounds that are marked off. I try to keep everything slow on my run up and build momentum as I get to the end of the tee pad. Trust your shot, believe in yourself, let the disc do the work. Legacy disc. Play with confidence.
And John, with a very nice laser-like shot, has hit the right-hand side and kicked back into the center of the fairway. Next on the tee is Jordan Castro. And near the same tree that John had got caught up by, Jordan has kicked into the right-hand side. And Sid piercing the fairway ends up just short of pin high, but on the left-hand side. And Bill is carried left with a fade on the left-hand side of the fairway as well. Last on the tee, Josh Hoekstra. And Josh looking for a little more body English and hits a tree on the left to go over and hit the same tree on the right that if other players have seen. And those are your tee shots. Again, we're 1/3 of the way complete here on our first round coverage of the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You are watching SmashBoxxTV. We'd like to send a huge thanks to our broadcast supporters and sponsors. First, Legacy Discs out of California. Bamba and Steve Rico and the rest of the guys back at the shop have been so supportive of our broadcasting efforts. Thank you for tuning in and supporting and watching, thanks to Legacy. Also, Sandy Point Resort, Mike and Michelle Cousins in northern Wisconsin. One of the greatest disc golf destinations voted on recently on a web survey. Go out and check out sandypt.com. Again, sandypt.com for all of your Sandy Point Resort and disc golf information needs. We'd also like to thank Miles over at Paragon Disc Golf out of Springfield, Illinois. And we have great support and encouragement from our friends over at both the PDGA as well as Keen Footwear. This is John Gabrielli for his approach on hole 10. And he is nestled within just a few feet of the basket. And this is Bill Carey with nearly 100 feet. And just short of very nice jump putt attempt. After hitting trees on both the left and right hand side of this fairway, Josh is going to have what looks to be a forehand roller to try and get out of this shoal on the right hand side. He needs that just to sit, and that is one of the best positive forehand rollers we have ever seen. Very nice shot by Josh to roll right up underneath the pin. And Jordan's approach also lands underneath the pin. We are also excited to be bringing you this live broadcast coverage here from Kaposia Park, one of the courses that will be featured in the 2014 Amateur World Championships in July, just a few months from now. These players are playing very similar look, layout, and design and rules that they're looking to use at the Amateur World Championships. And Sid's attempt is wide and to the right. And saving his par is Bill Carey. Oh, and Sid, unfortunately, is just a bit left on the weak side. He's going to have to take a bogey 4, with the rest of the players carding their par 3s. Bill Carey will remain at even par through 10. John Gabrielli is still 4 down. Jordan Castro remains at 2 down. Josh Hoekstra is 1 over, and with the bogey, Sid Roberts will move to 2 over. All right, we're gonna move on. Let's check out hole number 11.
Hey guys, we're over here at hole 11. Comes in at about 470. You got OB on your right, it's road, and then you don't want to go too left on this hyzer hole. It's about, you know, it's really thick over there. I really approached this hole with a nice straight hyzer. You want to end up a little left, but not too much. But it has a water on the back side of the hole. You don't want to go too far. It's about 50 feet from the water's edge. So nice easy 3 on this one would be likely.
And although both days this hole will be measuring in at 470 feet, this actually has a left and a right pin. It will be closer to the road during Sunday's play. Today it is on the left-hand side, just short of the water's edge. And I was informed that on Sunday it will be moved out and to the right where the road can come into play. I must go ahead and admit I've heard both 470 and 390 for distances. I know that the caddy book and other information has told us 470. Someone did want to contest me yesterday saying it was 390. Either way, this will be a solid 3 for these players. And there is a slight delay here as this is one of the more challenging holes. Also one of the few blind holes that we find out here. And as we said, in just a few moments, it looks like the card in front of us has cleared. Carding the par on hole 10, John Gabrielli is on the tee. And John has a very nice looking shot that should work. Saw it skip off into the left. Jordan Castro, second to tee. And narrowly missing the tree on the hyzer approach. Jordan's shot might be just a bit left. He should be able to get up and down for 3 from there. And it seems as if a spotter has informed us. Spotter has informed us to hold up. It seems as if the players may be putting out. All right, and we have gotten the all clear. This is Bill Carey teeing third. And Bill, just about kissing that tree in the center of the fairway, gets to the right-hand side. Very nice shot. Josh Hoekstra, fourth on the tee. Josh hangs it wide right. And Sid also just barely missing that tree in the center of the fairway. Those are your tee shots here on hole 11. Let's get down and check out this very guarded green.
It's all about practice, preparation, and routine. Approaching the tee shot, I always line up my shot and check the wind direction. Always take into consideration the trees that are out there and the out of bounds that are marked off. I try to keep everything slow on my run up and build momentum as I get to the end of the tee pad. Trust your shot, believe in yourself, let the disc do the work. Legacy disc. Play with confidence.
Welcome back, everyone. We are walking down the fairway on hole 11. We apologize about the brief interruption here. We are watching our top-rated card here at the Minnesota Amateur Championships. This is first round, playing 27 holes here at Kaposia Park. Sid Roberts will be next to throw. He's going to have, looks like he is lining up a forehand attempt. And Sid is up and to the left. Fortunately, come up just a bit short. Jordan's shot had carried to the left-hand side, as we did see two other competitors as well as Sid. So 4 out of the 5 players had carried slightly left. As Mitch had told us in our preview, you really want to throw this out as far as you can, as straight as you can. If it fades slightly left, that's all right, but if it goes too far left, you're going to be on the edge of the woods, as, again, 4 out of our 5 players have done. I think Mitch was a little generous in saying there was 50 feet between the water and the pin. I would say it's a little less than that here on this hole. And Bill had a very awkward stance. Looks like he made good with it, and he is within 15 feet for his par. John also approaching within 20 feet. These players are a little bit tentative. They're probably thinking they'd rather be short than long, knowing that there is water on the backside of that green. This will be Josh's 3rd shot, as he had carried wide off the tee and then come up just a bit short and right over here. Josh within 15 feet for his bogey opportunity. This is going to be Sid for his par opportunity. Just short and left. If you haven't noticed already, there is a large frog gallery that is taking in the action here today. Very boisterous behind the basket in this swampy area. And no distraction there for John as he taps in for his par 3. Sid will take a bogey 4. Josh is hoping to also just card his bogey 4. And he has done so. Bill and Jordan left with tap-ins for their par 3s. And there you have it. That is our 11th hole here at the Minnesota Amateur Championships first round coverage. I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. Let's move over to hole 12. Hey everyone, we've moved over here to hole 12, and this one's pretty straightforward. Dead straight, 310 feet. If I'm lucky, I might be able to get my gauge there. All right, well, most of you have a bigger arm than me, so the gauge will work just fine. And we have a little Mother Nature joining us here on the tee. I don't know enough to tell you what kind of bird that is, but oh, and then here comes another one. Apparently somebody wanted in. We are waiting here on hole 12. This hole sponsored by Paragon Disc Golf. Measuring in at 310 feet. Straight up the middle with a slight finish to the right. A perfectly straight shot will do you just fine here. And first on the tee, John Cabrelli. John has pulled it right. He got a very fortunate kick over to the left-hand side. Next on the tee is Jordan Castro. And getting somewhat of a positive skip. Jordan has a great look at birdie 2 from there. And Bill is fading left. Looking for a little action on the left-hand side, maybe to kick him back, but looks like it was clean. He's going to be on the left-hand side and short. And maybe with something on his hand, Josh has released. Looks to be a little early and is on the left-hand side. And Sid goes to the left-hand side. However, he gets a kick out to the right. Not punished too badly. Those are your tee shots on hole 12, sponsored by Paragon Disc Golf. First to approach will be Sid Roberts. Very nice shot. Sid excited about his great shot. And Josh also has a relatively easy approach shot. After a few more challenging holes in the previous challenging holes, this is a great birdie opportunity for these players. This will be John for birdie 2. Oh, and just a bit short. Very nice attempt by John. And Bill Carey with a somewhat precarious lie here, trying to determine if he wants to go right or left. Looks like he's going to go with the straddle out to the right-hand side. He's left with about 45 feet. Oh, and is just a bit to the right on the strong side. Jordan here left with less than 15 feet for his birdie opportunity. Jordan makes good. Bill taps in for his par 3, and after the great approach shot by Sid, he will card the 3. John Gabrielli will card the par 3. And Josh will also tap in for the par 3. So Jordan Castro taking a stroke from the rest of the group. That's hole 12. Let's move over to hole 13.
Hey guys, we're over here at hole 13. It's about 275. It's a little blind shot. If you jump, you can see the basket. You got a little decision if you want to go left or right on this one, as the tree splits it right down the middle. I like to go at it the left route. It's a little risk-reward action, but it's a straight flight right through it if you hit the gap. Most people like to go to the left side, stand a little putter up, and hopefully it floats all the way down, get your bird.
Players here verifying exactly as to who has the card. We were double checking the official scoring.
Hole 12. Bill? Okay. Jordan?
I'll take a 2.
I took a 3. Josh? 3. Sid? 3.
We've moved over here to hole 13, measuring in at 275 feet. Box for Dis is the tournament sponsor T-Sign here.
I got it.
Big shout out to Jim Schroeder and Boxer Dis here, and Boxer Dis. Bill hugging the right-hand side. Looks like a very nice shot as well. Josh's left-hand attempt, left-hand side, clips a tree. And Sid playing the skip, may have one of the nicest shots in the group. Skips off the center of the hillside here, and he may be looking at a birdie 2 from there. cut shot turnover approach. And Jordan is on the left-hand side. Very nice approach shot. He's going to be cutting a birdie or a par 3 here. And as Jordan had commented, John really just went for the layup here. He wasn't in a great position to be aggressive, as there's a dip behind the basket of where this tree was recently uprooted. There was conversation as recently as yesterday as to whether this tree and its remains will stay intact or not. The course maintenance team out here deciding whether or not it is something they should remove or if it's going to stay as it is. We're going to move down here to Sid, who is hiding out below us. Bill is looking to get his footing here as he is up against the log, looking for a confirmation from his card mate, Sid, as to if he has a legal stance, which is a great thing to do. Anytime you're unsure if you have a legal stance, or if you are set in a position and you're unsure if it is a legal stance or not, it's always great to get a second opinion from someone on your card, so you not commit a foot violation or any kind of stance violation for that matter. And Bill's birdie opportunity comes up just a bit short. Looks like most of this card is going to be walking away with a par here. And Josh taps in. Jordan moving away some of the debris from that tree I had just mentioned. And right into the heart of the chains. Sid taps in for his par 3. Bill does the same. As does John. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are through 13 holes, almost halfway through the course. Let's take a look at hole 14.
What is like the thing that tells you the disc is done? When you like, now this is ready?
When he puts it in his bag. When he puts it in his bag, it's ready. You ever kind of throw it, test the different runs, and go with what's flying the best, most consistent. We can go up and down with different weights to change the flights and do different stuff as we're testing them. You know, different colors matter also. So
The weights are going to be more weight now. The weights are about 8 grams difference.
we made and designed the mold to do a specific thing. So we're out there testing the mold, testing the plastics to make sure that's how we designed the disc so it can fly the way we want to.
In 2013, Conrad Olsen went into the final 9 down by 1 stroke. He immediately took control of the course to take the win by 1 stroke. This was one of Olsen's 4 PDGA victories in 2014, which also included 5 more top 3 finishes. Keep a lookout for Olsen in the 2014 World Amateur Championship, as he is sure to rank high.
Hi, my name is Conrad, and you are watching the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships live.
Hello everyone and welcome to our Course Maintenance Minute. I'm here on hole 20 at Kaposia Park and I wanted to talk about what I say is a standard in disc golf tee pads. For starters, we are raised up. We have a wall right here. The ground is very uneven here, so they've built up a wall just so that we could get to a nice level surface. Then on top of that, as we move on down, well, we'll call it a driveway basically. They have plenty of concrete here. Looks to be at least 6 to 8 feet wide. And then we come all the way up here. We will bring you along this nice long, this might almost be too much concrete. We'll bring you all the way over. Again, another retaining wall over here. This helps with erosion control and it lets it so that dirt and other things don't get onto the tee pad and so that the tee pad stays in place. And then last but not least, they have a nice finishing touch here, which some would call a fault or a foot fault line. And what that means is if you are standing on top of this red line when you release your disc, you have actually foot faulted. So you don't run all the way up to the edge as it shows here. You really need to run up to this spot. So you need to play as if this spot was the edge of the tee pad. This is simply for you to be able to fall over. And what's great about that is that also reduces erosion in front of the tee pad. Many of you go out to a course and you see a big dirt spot in front of your tee pad. Well, when you have a foot fault area here and then it's blocked off, then you're not going to have that big dirt spot right in front of the tee pad. So, hole 20, very unique hole, very unique tee pad situation out here. An enormous tee, retaining wall, wall on the back, nice and level. And there you have it. So, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and that is your Course Maintenance Minute.
Hey there, this is Tom Marcus at Everyday Disc Golf in Newport, Minnesota. We're located in the southeast corner of the Twin Cities, just off Highway 494 and Maxwell Avenue. Check out our online store for a variety of top brands where stock discs are individually photographed to ensure customer satisfaction. This year I'm running a collection of 25 PDGA events called the Everyday Disc Golf Tour. I'm also running over 20 Bring Your Own Partner doubles format events called the Everyday Double Series. All this information and more can be found at our website, everydaydiscgolf.com.
It's all about practice, preparation, and routine. Approaching the tee shot, I always line up my shot and check the wind direction. Always take into consideration the trees that are out there and the out of bounds that are marked off. I try to keep everything slow on my run up and build momentum as I get to the end of the tee pad. Trust your shot, believe in yourself, let the disc do the work. Legacy Discs. Play with confidence.
All right. All right, here we go. All right, everyone, welcome back. We are here on hole 14, just about halfway through the course, and these players are met with a bear at 490 feet. We have John on the tee. Strike that, we have Jordan on the tee, John up second. And getting skinny, as some might say. He has weaved through and he's on the left-hand side. And John catches a tree on the right-hand side. Third on the tee, Bill Carey. And clipping one on the right-hand side is Bill's tee shot. Josh up fourth. And Also missing the upright trees, but hitting one near the end of the flight. Fit the tee, Sid Roberts. And that is just the beginning here on hole 14. We've got nearly 490 feet of tight wooded fairways. Let's see what these players can do with the rest of this hole. Bill eyeing up whether he's going to go with a backhand or forehand here. Looks like he's going to go straight at it with a backhand. And after a double kick on the trees, Bill has advanced about 150 feet down the fairway. Sid does not make the gap, and he's only going to move forward about 100 feet, a little less. And going wide and narrowly, almost getting back out of the fairway, is John's second shot. Excuse me, Sid's third shot has placed him up there within 40 feet of the pin. Josh, with one of the nicest tee shots in the group, has hit a tree and carried to the left side of the fairway. Unfortunately, he has only gained about 80 feet on that throw. And Bill is lining up for trying to determine if he's going to go with a forehand or backhand shot. Either way, it's going to be challenging. Looks like he's going to be setting up for the forehand shot. He does have enough of a gap there. And looking for a little skip. Very nice shot by Bill Carey. That is his third shot. And just as Jordan's shot was fading left, it had got a kick back out into the center of the fairway. He's going to leave himself with a great look at a 3 here. And Josh also with a forehand. Very nice shot by Josh. You may hear the rustling of the leaves here on the ground. We have not seen too many leaves. We have been so bombarded with snow and other nasty weather this year. Leaves are somewhat of a reminder of a better day back in fall last year. We may see spring yet this year, we're not sure. And John's attempt for 3 is just a bit on the right-hand side and low. After throwing a forehand, which kicked back to the fairway, this will be Jordan for 3. He could pick up a few strokes on the rest of his card by this. Just a bit short on the left is Jordan's attempt for 3. A little frustration as Sid is wide right. And John puts in. And Sid rushing himself just a bit. Unfortunately, it's going to cost him a stroke. And there you have it. This is the toughest hole thus far here after 14 holes. You're watching the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships. We're going to move over to 15. Let's take a look.
All right, guys, we're here over at hole 15. It's 355 straight down the middle, a little slight hyzer at the end. If you guys noticed the last couple holes, it's been righty friendly. Lefties beware. I'd like to throw a nice fairway driver on this one. Stay as straight as possible, the longest you can, and then have it tail off at the end. Hopefully we can get our bird there. There we have it.
Bill? 4. John?
4.
I took a 4 as well. Josh? 4. And Sid?
We are back here at hole 15, as Bill has just checked out, as this hole is a blind hole which plays down and to the left. There is no shortage of right-handed, back-handed hyzers here at Kaposia Park from what I have noticed, at least in this current configuration. And first on the tee will be Jordan. And miraculously, Jordan makes it through the right-hand side and just gets caught up at the very end. Oh, and a little bit early on the left-hand side is John's tee shot. And Bill's shot also looks to be a little bit short and left. And Josh gets caught up on the right-hand side. And Jordan's on the left. So the name of the game here is center of the fairway, and that has proved to be a little bit challenging here on hole 15. Although this hole measures in at 355 feet, it is said that it may move to the right position, which plays a little straighter. We may see that tomorrow afternoon. Again, same distance at 355 feet. This live coverage of the 2014 Amateur Championships is brought to you by Legacy Disc, as well as other amazing broadcast supporters and sponsors in Mike and Michelle Cousins at Sandy Point Resort and Disc Golf Ranch, Paragon Disc Golf, Keen Footwear, and the Professional Disc Golf Association. If you're interested in learning how you could get live coverage to come to your event, please go ahead and reach out to me, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You can find me on Facebook or Twitter, or you can check it out at thediscgolfguy.com. Next to throw from the right-hand side of the fairway will be Josh. And Josh with another solid forehand roller as we saw him back on hole 10. Looks like Sid, after kicking the left-hand side, had finished out into the fairway. Players are looking to go out and to the left as this hole finishes hard left, a hyzer shot from even where they're at right now. Looks like Sid's setting up for a forehand roller. Well, some continued progress. I guess he was going with a little bit more of a pancake or tomahawk shot. Hit a tree, and it's still carried forward for him. And after coming in early on this left-hand side, you will see why being in the fairway here is absolutely paramount. John's going to go to one knee and attempt a forehand. He has less than 150 feet to the pin, but this is a very well-guarded spot on the course. And it looks like he got most of the way out. And Jordan will be next to throw. This will be Josh's third shot. And Bill has to throw an Anheuser jump putt to try and approach this basket. just tickling the chains for his bogey for his Josh's attempt here on hole 15. And Sid cans a gorgeous putt. This will be Bill for his par 3. And uncharacteristically, we see Bill miss a putt from within 30 feet. And Jordan makes good. We're going to watch a few tap outs here by the rest of the group. Bill and Josh tap in. There you have it. That is hole 15. This is the first round of the Minnesota Amateur Championships. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. Let's check out 16.
Hey guys, we're here on hole 16. It's about 285 feet. It's pretty straightforward. As you can see the basket, it's surrounded by 2 big trees up on the tier. The green is a slight slope to the left. It makes it a little tricky with a retaining wall in front of it. You want to go straight. If you get hit off to the left, it is a treacherous hill to climb up and down, so you do not want to end left. If anything, be right or down the middle.
And just as you saw in the preview, very nice shot by Jordan. And John comes up just short of the wall. He'll have a putt for birdie from there.
Gorgeous. Perfect.
Very nice shot by Sid Roberts. And at least getting a bounce to the right is Bill's shot, although he will be short. And releasing it just a bit high is Josh's shot. and he caught something on the high end. Hole 16 here, presented by Legacy Disc for the tournament. Legacy has stepped up for a number of years, as our co-tournament directors had instructed us this morning. They were very supportive from day one here at the Minnesota Amateur Championships. Legacy Disc out of Sylmar, California. Again, Bamba and Steve Rico and the rest of the crew, Freddie and Steve Valencia, and everyone back in Sylmar. Thanks so much for all of the support, not just for this event, but as well as our live Smashbox coverage this year. And Josh is just a bit short. And Bill's Anheuser jump putt is just a bit short. He's going to have to settle for a par 3 here. Josh, good for par. And just squeaking in is John's putt. Sid with 10 feet or less. And coming off that previous hole, Sid is going to be happy to card the birdie. Jordan will be tapping in from 3 feet. And Bill taps in as well. There you have it. Short, but not exactly easy. Hole number 16. Let's move on to the stud that's going to preview hole 17. Hole 17, scanny skip. 265 feet, and I'm going to do just that. Throw it low, see if we can scanny skip to the basket. It's time for the one-of-a-kind limited edition Sparkle Ghost. That'll work. As we said, hole 17 measuring in at 265 feet. Looks like we will have Jordan Cashra on the tee. And just a bit short, should give him a Opportunity for birdie from there, though. And John's shot coming up just a bit short. He was looking for that skip, as so many do on this hole.
Get some.
Oh, and coming in just, coming up just a bit long, Sid Roberts. And that is finishing off into the left. He gets a little help from the trees, but he is going to be left. Last on the tee is Josh. And looking for it to settle. It has come up just a bit long. However, Josh is going to have a good look at birdie from there. And Josh has just gotten confirmation that he is safe. There is OB long of this basket, and he is certainly excited and relieved that although he's nearly 35 feet deep, he is just short of the OB line. Oh, and not quite converting as Josh's birdie opportunity, just a bit short. And John makes good on his birdie. His 30-footer is in for two. Bill Carey will be up to putt next. Bill has a slight headwind, which is really the first sign of wind we've seen out here since hole 8. And it lifts ever so slightly, carries wide right. Next to putt for birdie will be Jordan Castro. And Jordan makes good for birdie from 28 feet. The lone remaining birdie opportunity here is Sid Roberts. After his drive carried just a bit long. He said, well, somebody's got to go for it, so. And Sid converts on the birdie. Bill's tester is going to be in for par, and Josh will also be tapping in. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is hole 17, otherwise known as Scanny Skip. We're going to have a long and somewhat dangerous walk down to the 18th tee, and we're just glad you joined us. This is the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships. We'll be back with you shortly.
There's actually stairs this way. Mitchell Prevett was a top competitor in 2012 as he was in contention on the lead card. His success here gave him the confidence to begin playing Open, where he has won 6 PDGA events and has 12 top 5 finishes. Prevett is sure to build on his impressive showings in 2014.
I'm Mitchell Prevett with Team Tie-Dye. You're watching the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships live.
I'm AJ Risley, and this is The Gauge. With its reliable straight flight and its excessive amount of glide, the Gauge is perfect for players of all skill levels.
We are here on the tee at hole 18, one of the more memorable holes that you will play here at the Kaposia Park. 27-hole configuration or 24-hole configuration. Hole measures in at 245 feet. I'm going to go ahead and slightly contest that because I was throwing it hard yesterday, and well, wait a minute, I don't throw very far, but it is a very fun hole to throw. This is a hole that you will see at the World Championships, and so they are playing that anything inside the white flagged area is in fact out of bounds. However, if you go to the left of the path or on the path, you are actually inbound, so that may look a little bit odd if any of our players were to land there. So we'll tell you right now, it is somewhat of a unique situation. Normally when you throw onto a path and beyond, they play it as out of bounds. However, they are testing out to see how the play and the flow goes here for the AM Worlds, here at the Minnesota Amateur Championships. And yeah, I do believe it is punishing enough with having the white flagged area as being out of bounds. So it's not like it's an easy hole just because they can go off to the left. I should also clarify, I did not know of the wonderful stairway that came down to this hole, so I may have claimed it to be treacherous or dangerous coming down. If you took the stairway, well, it's actually a perfectly fine walk. So some amazing work out here done by all of the crew at the Kaposia Disc Golf Course. And after carding back-to-back birdies, we will have Jordan on the tee. And Jordan throwing a very nice shot, comes up just a bit short. He is in bounds. Again, only inside the flagged area is out of bounds on this hole. And he is safe and on the left-hand side of the path. And Sid is hoping for that to get left. It is tough to tell from this angle. It seems like he is safe though. And Bill's shot turns over and is on the right-hand side of the creek, which is also inbounds. And Josh playing with a forehand hyzer flip. Looks like it finished a little bit more right than he was hoping for. However, he is in bounds. So there you have it. We have 5 tee shots, all in bounds. This is hole 18, the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships.
In 2013, Conrad Olsen went into the final 9 down by 1 stroke. He immediately took control of the course to take the win by 1 stroke. This was one of Olson's 4 PDGA victories in 2014, which also included 5 more top 3 finishes. Keep a lookout for Olson in the 2014 World Amateur Championship, as he is sure to rank high.
Hi, my name is Conrad, and you are watching the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships live.
Go at the Professional World Championships. In fact, on this very hole, I recall Mike the Worm Young canning a very long 50-foot putt. Mike was also notorious as that was one of the hottest worlds with heat index when Cam Todd took home the championship, and Mike Worm was out here throughout the week practicing in a pair of jeans, which everyone thought was just absolutely absurd. Heat indices of more than 100 degrees during that week. Again, Cam Todd, your professional world champion in 2001. And Bill's attempt comes up just a bit short. Josh may be next to throw as he had thrown his forehand, which carried at least pin high. Looks as if he's going to be about 28 feet. It's going to be very challenging to get a stance from that lie. Thankfully, the weather had broke for us in the last few days. We had experienced plenty of rain here in the Midwest, all the way up until Wednesday and Thursday. However, Friday and beyond have been clear, and now it is absolutely gorgeous out here. With that hillside, Josh is going to have a tough time not only maintaining balance but also getting a solid putt attempt off. And it looks like he's got himself in position. And in a rare occurrence, Josh is actually above the basket here on this hole. And and the small gallery that has formed. And very nice effort by Josh, carding the birdie 2 here on hole 18. The wait was more than worth it.
Here, you doing? I'm right here.
Probably white.
White? Okay.
Looks like Jordan will be up to putt next. He's got about 32, maybe 35 feet to the pin. And Jordan's birdie attempt is not good.
No, you're good. Just the flag.
And just to further clarify that the water that is directly behind the basket is in fact casual. It is just the flagged area that is out of bounds. So water directly behind the basket is considered casual water. And John's putt is just short. We have a couple of walkers. We'll see if Sid holds on just for a moment for them to pass by. And Sid with some awkward balance is wide right on his birdie opportunity. Looks like Bill will be tapping in, as I expect, of Jordan and Sid. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are 2/3 of the way completed through this round, 18 holes. This one might be relatively short, however, you found it wasn't a birdie for everybody. Now we're about to hike up the mountain, and we're going to play some of the more treacherous holes in both 19 and 20. And when we get to 20 on the following day, it's going to be even tougher. So stay tuned. We hope you're enjoying the live coverage. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and this is first round at the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships.
In 2013, Alex Geisinger battled back from a 3-stroke deficit to become the first Minnesota amateur champion. Geisinger is still the only player to have both rounds of the tournament rated over 1,000. His success has continued in the open field as he won 3 events in 2014, including the North Star Throwdown, and is now a member of Team Prodigy.
I'm Alex Geisinger with Team Tie-Dyed. Welcome to the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships.
And Josh, with an absolute rip here, has placed it perfectly into the center of this uphill fairway. Hole measures in at 345 feet, but as we said in the preview, it is definitely plays much longer than that. And Jordan throwing an absolute bomb. Comes up a little bit short, but that is an absolute bomb here on this uphill hole. And John is happy with his tee shot as well, as he is placed within just a few feet of Josh's. Oh, and hitting a log is Sid's drive. And Bill releases just a bit late and hits the trees on the left-hand side. That's going to make for a very challenging approach shot.
Hey guys, we're on hole 19 now in the back of the Kaposia Park. This one plays about 345 uphill, but as you can see, it's about 1,000 foot uphill. What I like to do is keep a nice straight driver uphill and really get a hold of one and get it up there. There we go.
We have Jordan Castro sitting at -4. Josh Hoekstra sitting at +4. We have Sid Roberts sitting at +4 as well. And from a standstill position, Bill has thrown a very nice shot to carry him up this very steep hillside. And after Sid had hit a log rather than getting the skip he was hoping for, he's going to have, I would say, about 150 feet up to the pin, although I'm sure it's going to throw more like closer to 200 from here. And hoping for it to sit down, and it does. He'll be left with that for his par opportunity. And Josh's approach is just a bit wide right. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I believe I had swallowed a bug or two, or maybe 3. This is Bill Carey for his par 3 attempt. He had the distance, unfortunately, just a bit right. And with a rare birdie opportunity, we have Jordan Castro here from less than 30 feet with a direct uphill putt. And not high enough or left is Jordan's opportunity. And this is Sid for his par. This hole playing every bit as challenging as it looked from the preview, as these players are throwing nearly directly uphill, measuring in at 345 feet, but not only does it play longer than that, there's also the opportunity for it to get up and roll at any given moment. You need to be very conscientious of which way your disc is about to hit, land, or in this case, possibly sit down. And unfortunately for Josh, he has turned a great drive into a bogey here. Bill puts in for the bogey 4. And although Jordan did have a rare birdie opportunity, he's going to take the easy 3. Sid is in for 4, as was Bill, and John will take the easy 3. We're continuing to climb here. That is hole 19. Let's take a look at 20.
Hey guys, we're here at hole 20 at Kaposia Park. It's a pretty dreadful one. It's uphill about 70 feet in elevation. To the short, it's about 350, and to the long, it's 485. Now, as you can see behind me, left or right, it's pretty treacherous. You could catch a roll and end up all the way back here. So what you want to do is place one nice hyzer up on the hill, and hopefully you have a great look looking at the basket. Right where you want to be.
And Jordan hits a late tree, although it looks like he's placed relatively well here in the fairway. And John catches a tree on the right-hand side of the fairway. And I believe that's the same tree that John had hit, Josh. Fourth the tee is Sid Roberts. And the ever so popular tree, Bill Carey has also tagged that tree on the right-hand side of the fairway. Popular spot to be. This is hole 20. You're watching the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships.
I'm AJ Risley, and this is the Gauge. With its reliable straight flight and its excessive amount of glide, the Gauge is perfect for players of all skill levels.
Just the card and gallery likes Josh's approach shot. And John also throws a very nice shot. Oh, and Bill opts for a slightly lower percentage looking shot, and fortunately he's hit the tree on the right hand side. And Sid has a gap to look through. It looks like he's put it through there very nicely. Jordan's going to have a very similar look. This hole plays up and onto a area just above this lower ravine. This is the shorter position that they'll see today. Tomorrow will be in a longer, tougher position. And Jordan throws a very nice looking shot. Bill throws a forehand on his third shot. John just looking to lay it up, put himself right underneath the pin. This would be Bill's fourth shot. Bill's waiting on a distraction that is off and to the right of his viewing area on the right side of the basket. And Bill's attempt is just a bit short and left. And a great putt by Sid. And a beautiful putt by Jordan. I'd like to thank everyone that is not only tuned in, but also watching and commenting and actively participating on the chat board. Thank you everyone out there. You are watching first round coverage of the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships. Bill Carey has just touched the top of the tray, unfortunately. With the basket perched up on this hillside, he had carried at least 22 to 25 feet past the pin. He's still going to have an upward putt. And with frustrations and composure in mind, Bill is stepping up to tap out. It has been a very challenging hole 20 for many of these players. Unfortunately for them, it's not going to get much easier here on 21, as they are about to move from a challenging hole to a just slightly less challenging hole as Josh taps in. Well, there you have it. That is hole 20. We're going to move down the fairway on 21 so that we can gauge just how good their tee shots are. Let's take it. We've moved over to hole 21, 380 feet in the short pin, 495 in the long pin, and that is up and over a hockey rink that they're gonna have to play around on Sunday. This hole doglegs pretty hard to the right. You're really just hoping to get up and down and take your three in either position. And in order to set myself up, I'm gonna go with a roller with my mongoose off the tee. And we have moved over here to 21. We are just watching as the second card is completing the hole. This being a nearly 90-degree turn as a dog leg going from left to right. The players are also experiencing a right to left wind on the tee. Looks like Jordan will be setting up for a forehand. it's absolutely critical that you get past the bend on this tee shot if you want any chance to be able to attack the green for a 3. And Jordan has placed himself in a nearly perfect position on this hole. Very nice shot by Jordan. Sid Roberts is also setting up for a forehand drive. And he is lucky enough to stay on this upper shelf, as it is a very steep drop off to the right-hand side of the fairway. He should be able to get up and down and attack the green for a 3. And John is hung up on the right-hand side. As these players are throwing forehands, they should realize if they're going to miss anywhere, they should be missing wide to their left, because you do not want to be anywhere near that hillside on the right. And Josh gets a very good kick and is going to land literally within a foot or 2 of Jordan's shot. Very nice. And last to tee, we have Bill Carey. And Bill with a very nice shot as well. So we have 5 forehands, 4 of which have got up there and are taking a look at the corner, and one that has come up just a bit short. He's going to have a little work to do. One thing we will note is on Sunday, these players will be challenged by throwing more than 100 extra feet to go to the longer pin, which is on the other side of the ice rink that has recently been put in this hole a number of years ago. I guess, again, it has been 13 years since I've been here, so at some point they have added this rink. And John is assessing his shot. And due to the awkward nature of his stance and his exact lie, John looks like he's just going to have to try and get up and down here for 4. We'll move in a little closer, as it may be Sid as next to throw. Actually, the players are going to determine that. Stand corrected. It looks like it might be Jordan. Another correction. This rink may have been here when I was here 13 years ago. However, well, maybe I just bogeyed it all the time. I don't know. I seem to want to forget some of these holes. And with nearly 125 feet to the pin, Jordan's jump putt has come up short and left. I think Jordan may have been a little better suited had he went with more of a standstill approach shot, as you're going to see from Josh here. Josh looking for it to nestle, a little bit stiffer of an approach. Throwing next will be Sid. And staying up again on this upper shelf is Sid's shot. You feel a little bit of that wind picking up here as it is blowing directly into the player's face. And Bill with a very nice approach shot. And John has a solid approach to within 20 feet of the pin. Getting most of the chains, but not quite enough, is Sid's attempt for par. And Jordan assessing just how far behind the basket the drop-off is for this hole. Looks like he's going to have a straddle putt to his right. He's got approximately 30 feet to the pin. Oh, and just off the top of the cage, Jordan will settle for a bogey 4 here on hole 21. Great rules clarification here for Josh. Anytime that you are within 1 meter of an out of bounds line, you can bring it in up to 1 meter from that spot. So the rink being out of bounds, he's able to move his lie to 1 meter away from it, even if that does bring you closer to the hole. Players should certainly take advantage of that if they need to. And Josh makes a solid putt and cards a very nice par 3. And a few tap outs from the rest of the group. Challenging on Saturday and even tougher on Sunday. That's hole 21. Let's take a look at hole 22.
My name is Jordan Castro, and we're out here on hole 22 at Kaposia, and the hole is 260 feet, and it's slightly downhill, blind shot. I'm just gonna go a little stable mid-range, just hopefully to get up there for a righty backhand, a little slight hyzer.
After cutting the par 3 on hole 21, Josh is going to have the tee. And playing the high blind hyzer here. Looks like Josh may have been a little bit too tight on the left-hand side. Not sure if he had enough power there. And Bill's shot looks like it also might have carried a little bit too far to the left.
I don't think it's that far left.
And a conversation ensues as to who's up next. Looks like it's going to be Jordan here, third on the tee. And a very nice looking shot by Jordan. Seems only fitting since Jordan helped us with our hole previews yesterday here on this hole. And Sid's looking for a little bit more hyzer than what he gave it. He's going to be down and to the right of the pin. And Gabrielli looks to be a very nice shot. Maybe just a bit short. John Gabrielli with a very nice shot here on hole 22.
It's all about practice, preparation, and routine. Approaching the tee shot, I always line up my shot and check the wind direction. Always take into consideration the trees that are out there and the out of bounds that are marked off. I try to keep everything slow on my run up and build momentum as I get to the end of the tee pad. Trust your shot, believe in yourself, let the disc do the work. Legacy Discs. Play with confidence.
And the players everyone's in search of exactly where they may have landed. Looks like first to throw is going to be Sid from down below. I'm not trying to do a cat in the hat rhyme of any kind at this time. John Gabrielli for birdie. Oh, and he knew it just short. With about as unfortunate of a roll as you could expect here, John He's going to have at least 45 feet now for his par opportunity. Very bad break for John. And just like that, John has gone from a birdie opportunity to a bogey 4. Josh on the right-hand side of this basket is going to have a slightly better angle at this. He can be a little bit more aggressive. He's got about 32 feet to the pin. And Bill Carey makes good on the birdie 2 opportunity. John puts in for the bogey 4. And as we said, there must be some disc karma, as Jordan was polite enough to help us with the hole previews yesterday here on hole 22. And, well, it looks like he's gone ahead and birdied this hole right here during the live broadcast. So thank you so much to Jordan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is hole 22. We just have a handful of holes left here during our first round coverage. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and this is your 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships first round coverage.
Hello, I'm Adam May. We're at hole 23 at Kaposia Park. This hole plays OB on the right hand side with the path. If you really yank one bad, you might end up on the highway to the left. I'm going to aim for and place my 3 right in the middle. No, stand here.
Nice tune.
Looks like we have a slight backup here on hole 23. 23 being sponsored by Paragon and Boxford Discs. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take a break for just a moment. We're going to be back with you, and we'll watch these guys tee off on hole 23 in just a few moments.
like the thing that tells you the disc is done? When you like, now this is ready?
When he puts it in his bag. When he puts it in his bag, it's ready. Yeah, we kind of throw it, test the different runs, and go with what's flying the best, most consistent. We can go up and down with different weights to change the flights and do different stuff as we're testing them. You know, different colors matter also. So the weights are going to be more weight now. The weights are about 8 grams difference. We made and designed the mold to do a specific thing. So we're out there testing the mold, testing the plastics to make sure that's how we design the disc so we can fly the way we want to.
In 2013, Conrad Olsen went into the final 9 down by 1 stroke. He immediately took control of the course to take the win by 1 stroke. This was one of Olsen's 4 PDGA victories in 2014, which also included 5 more top 3 finishes. Keep a lookout for Olsen in the 2014 World Amateur Championship, as he is sure to rank high.
Hi, my name is Conrad, and you are watching the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships live.
Hey there, this is Tom Marcus at Everyday Disc Golf in Newport, Minnesota. We're located in the southeast corner of the Twin Cities, just off Highway 494 and Maxwell Avenue. Check out our online store for a variety of top brands where stock discs are individually photographed to ensure customer satisfaction. This year I'm running a collection of 25 PDGA events called the Everyday Disc Golf Tour. I'm also running over 20 Bring Your Own Partner doubles format events called the Everyday Double Series. All this information and more can be found at our website, everydaydiscgolf.com.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our Course Maintenance Minute. I'm here on hole 20 at Kaposia Park, and I wanted to talk about what I say is a standard in disc golf tee pads. For starters, we are raised up. We have a wall right here. The ground is very uneven here, so they've built up a wall just so that we could get to a nice level surface. Then, on top of that, as we move on down, well, we'll call it a driveway basically. They have plenty of concrete here. Looks to be at least 6 to 8 feet wide. And then we come all the way up here. We will bring you along this nice long, this might almost be too much concrete. We'll bring you all the way over. Again, another retaining wall over here. This helps with erosion control, and it lets it so that dirt and other things don't get onto the tee pad, and so that the tee pad stays in place. And then last but not least, they have a nice finishing touch here, which some would call a fault or a foot fault line. And what that means is, if you are standing... Hello everyone, and welcome back. We are sitting here on hole 23. There's a slight backup, so I figured no one better to catch up with than our round 1 sponsor. If you would just get a little lower now with our round 1 sponsor, Long Tee, and this is Alan Hansenbeg. Alan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great. It's a beautiful day.
Absolutely. Now, you are a Minnesota native, and you're a huge supporter of everything going on. Tell us a little bit about your involvement here.
I'm the round 1 sponsor, and what that means is everybody on each card will be having a little mini competition. So whoever comes in with the lowest score on each card will get a Long Tee towel today.
That's awesome. So, in theory, you could be sitting in like 50th place, but still go home a winner already today.
Indeed. There'll be 27 winners on the first round, and then there's another sponsor for the second round.
All right. Well, we're all winners here because we're playing disc golf, and everyone out there is a winner for watching SmashBoxxTV. What else is going on in the Minnesota scene that we should know about? I know you got your finger on the pulse of it.
Well, we got the Minnesota Majestic coming up next month, and that's going to draw in some top pros from all over the world, so we're pretty excited about that.
And then just a few months later,
Amateur World Championships. That'll be held in July, and obviously super pumped about that. 8 courses in play, so
plenty of action. So if you want some disc golf, you want some great courses and some great people, just got to come to Minnesota. Is that
absolutely it? We got within 1 hour of where we're standing, there's over 100 courses.
Wow. I guess if you like to play disc golf, you could do that. Absolutely. All right. Well, I'd like to send a thanks to Alan Hansen-Big for being a long tee sponsor of our first round. Thank you so much. Thanks for supporting the event.
Pleasure.
And we'll look forward to you supporting us on SmashBoxxTV.
I'm happy to be here. Thanks, Terry Miller and SmashBoxx.
All right. Thank you, guys. All right. We're going to cut back to our awesome card. They're going to tee off on hole 23. Let's get back to the action. And after carding the birdie on hole 22, Bill Carey is first on the tee here on 23. Next to tee will be Jordan Castro. And looks like Jordan is going to be somewhat challenged here. We've got a group of other park patrons working their way up the walkway, and I know Jordan's hoping to stay clear of that walkway anyway. However, just in the case of safety, we'll stand down as the other park users head on up the hill. And here again we have another group of walkers, and as soon as they come through, looks like our group will be able to get back to the tee. Seems as if they are slightly confused as they are heading down this hill. Some young lovebirds here just traipsing through the course, undecided about so many things, life and direction. Let's just see. All right, looks like we're going to get the all clear from them. All right, and back to the action with Jordan Castro on the tee. Jordan looking for it to sit down. You could actually carry too far off or to the left here, which would make your approach shot a little bit tougher. So Jordan hopefully will have a good look from there. And Josh carrying off and to the left. Looking for a little bit of roll back there. And Sid flirting with the OB on the right-hand side. Everything on the path and to the right on this hole is out of bounds. And after that unfortunate roll away, we have John on the tee. And unleashing as John throws a beautiful shot here. There you have it, a little bit of backup, but these players are ready to go. We're going to bring it on home. We're on hole 23. This is the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships.
Hello, I'm Adam A. We're at hole 23 at Kaposia Park. This hole plays OB on the right-hand side with the path. If you really yank one bad, you might end up on the highway to the left. I'm going to aim for this hole and just try and play for my 3 right in the middle.
These before the AM Worlds. Huge thank you to all of our crew out here today. Also to the event, helping provide us with some gracious volunteers, and we hope you're enjoying our live PDGA coverage and live scoring. Bill going with a forehand approach here. And Josh has a little bit of headwind to contend with here as he's going to throw from one knee. And he throws to within 30 feet, just a bit right. Looks like Sid will be the next to throw. And Sid has a tree to contend with, and unfortunately the tree won. And with a forehand shot, Jordan has approached. John, who had thrown a beautiful turnover shot, landing really where you want to on this hole. Absolutely perfect shot. And gives it a solid approach to within 10 feet of the pin. As we slowly make it up this gradual slope here on hole 23, we'll soon be moving over to 24, which is a very unique hole. That is a near horseshoe, or at least a right angle, if not a complete horseshoe. 23, though, still features this pin on a hillside, which is definitely was in the mind of Bill as he was approaching there. Oh, and in and barely back out is Josh's attempt. Jordan's going to be left with about 15 to 18 feet for his par 3. And just as I say that, the wind picks up and is a direct headwind into Jordan's face. And no problem for Jordan. Nice par 3 on hole 23. John taps in for the easy 3. And the rest will card 4s. Just 4 holes to play, ladies and gentlemen. That's hole 23. Let's take a look at hole 25. 24.
Adam May here again at Kaposia Park, hole 24. This hole plays a big ante to the right. On Saturday, the hole is going to be 330 feet in the original placement, and on Sunday, it's going to be 472. We're going to be playing to the practice basket. Whatever you do on this hole, you don't want to cut it short into the woods. You'll end up OB. I'm personally going to try throw a roller, have it hook up, and kind of just start turning the wood so I have a nice easy layout.
John, Jordan, 3. Josh, 4. Also got a 4.
Right there? I just got 4.
Jordan going with a huge turnover shot. As I alluded to earlier, this hole is almost a horseshoe in that it plays up and to the right and is such a sharp bend. There is not any mandatory, so to speak. However, it is OB to the right inside this tree line. Looks as if John's shot had clipped the right-hand side and had come down. Bill here is going to throw a forehand. Seems like a very smart play, as it'll be finishing right the entire time. Very solid shot by Bill, a forehand. You could probably hear some of the traffic and the additional noise here on this tee pad of 24. Again, we are directly up against the highway behind us. And it seems as if there are some other park users running around within the course. Not sure if they're gathering sticks for a tree fort or if they're hoping to use the disc to the sticks to retrieve some discs. And although you could not see it finish, that it looked to be a really nice shot by Josh. And a little too much stability there for Sid. Had it continued to Anheuser, that would have been a very nice shot. However, he does have a look to get up and down from there for 3. We're on our 24th hole. This is first round coverage of the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and we would like to thank all of our amazing broadcast sponsors and supporters. First and foremost, Legacy Discs of Sylmar, California, as well as Mike and Michelle Cousins at Sandy Point Resort and Disc Golf Ranch, Miles at Paragon Disc Golf out of Springfield, Illinois, and we have the support and gratitude for the PDGA as well as Keen Footwear. Thank you for tuning in. We hope that you're enjoying it thus far. We will be here tomorrow for another 27-hole round, as well as the final 9 for our top 4 advanced players. And again, getting hung up on the right-hand side, John's tee shot is inbounds. However, he has a very narrow window that he is going to need to navigate through. And John, with a rare mistake here today, hits the right-hand side and kicks off to the left. That could have been much worse had he kicked to the right and went out of bounds. And Sid, with excitement, getting up and ready to throw right away, puts himself within 18 feet of the pin. Quick conversation as to what is out of bounds and what's not, and also as to what can and cannot be moved. Generally speaking, if a branch is dead and detached and impedes your lie, you are able to move it. Bill with a nice approach shot to within 15 feet of the pin. John with a jump putt to within 10 feet. And the players have somewhat scattered as they are looking for Jordan's shot. Jordan throwing the big Sky Anheuser. It is worth noting, as you can see, that just off in the distance where the practice basket is, that's actually where they'll be playing to tomorrow in the longer pin position here. So they think they have a spot on Jordan's lie. And apparently that was not. John thought he had a line on Jordan's lie, but that was not the case. Oh, and now it seemingly has been found. And Jordan has found himself at least 2 or 3 fairways over, crossing over 3 and near hole 2's fairway. So he will be approaching back here toward hole 24. Jordan has a right to left wind, which is what aided in the long drive here, which carried all the way over. And the wind had pushed from right to left on his approach shot. This will be Josh. This is his forehand drive. And a rare birdie here on 24. Beautiful putt by Josh Hoekstra. He's got to be happy with that with just 3 holes to play. That's a big sigh of relief. And Jordan not with a lot of opportunity over there except for a layup. He's going to have to take the bogey 4. And Sid's putt is off of. John makes good on the bogey 4 as well. Bill for par as Jordan and Sid put in for bogey 4. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is hole 24. We have just 3 left as we feel a nice gust of wind. And we're going to take a short trek over to hole 25. You're watching the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. We are over here at hole 25, measuring in at 280 feet. And Sid has taken the scores for the group. Very nice birdie too. Josh will have the tee. And here we are with Josh on the tee. And Josh with a little too much on that. Forehand skipping wide right. On the left-hand side, this hole does parallel hole number 26, so that is OB on the left-hand side of this fairway. And Bill's asking for that to sit down, and that tree more than likely saved him from going out of bounds. Third on the tee, Jordan Castro. John throwing a mid-range, looking for a little bit of a skip. And last to tee is Sid Roberts. The group will stand down for just a moment as we're seeing some of the second card throwing their approach shots on 26. That may actually even be the third card. Correction, now that is the second card. We will be back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. That is 9 a.m. Central Time to bring you the second and final round, full round coverage. As I said, we will then move to a final 9 for our top 4 advanced competitors shortly after that second round completes tomorrow. If you are interested in getting on board and supporting SmashBoxx or looking for advertising and sponsorship opportunities, please go ahead and reach out to me, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, as we will be finalizing the remainder of our year-end schedule, and we are also looking for a few new opportunities. So if you're looking to get on board or need your event covered, please reach out to us. Looks as if the players are attempting to determine if in fact someone is out of bounds. When there is not a line drawn, you generally have to eye it up between the two spots. In this case, the flags, which are out of bounds. And Josh has gone ahead and just declared that he is out of bounds. And again, we will see him take his 1 meter relief from that out of bounds line. And Josh will be first to putt. This is for his penalty 3. Oh, and just a bit short. Very nice run by Josh. John, who is currently sitting 1 under par, has approximately 60 feet left for birdie. Jordan will be next to putt for birdie. And just on the left-hand side of the chains, Jordan gets it to stick. He is on a tear here, shooting very well. Dale Carey has at least 45 feet for his birdie opportunity. Off the top, Bills has carried wide and right. Sid makes good for 3. We're going to move upward on the fairway here on hole 26, as these players will be throwing from a lower lying area. So we're going to move up the fairway, take a look at hole 26.
Hi, I'm Jordan back here again, and we are at hole 26 at Kaposia, and it's a little uphill and it kind of veers off to the left. You have OB on the left that goes around the fairway. You got OB on the right. And you got a middle telephone pole right in the middle of the fairway. So on this hole, I think I'm just gonna try and play for a par 3 right here. It's 435 feet, but plays about 600 feet. So I think the best shot would probably be straight as far as you can, because you don't really want to hyzer out left or turn it over to the right, because you have a chance of going OB.
We have moved over here to the fairway of 26. In fact, we are standing almost exactly where all of these players would really like to land if they throw a long and accurate shot. This is a perfect landing zone if they can get to here. After carding the birdie 2, Jordan Castro has the tee here on hole 26. And coming up just short of the OB line, Jordan has thrown a very nice shot, almost exactly as high as we are up on this hole. And narrowly getting over the hillside and just as close to the telephone pole or the light pole as you can get. Bill's shot is in the center of the fairway, just past the short tee. This is John Gabrielli, third to tee. And as we said, we are in a prime landing spot. John coming up just a few feet short of where we are. And Sid has turned his over, and it's approximately 20 feet short of where John's just landed. And after going OB and carding a penalty 4 on the previous hole, we have Josh Hoekstra. That tree might have saved Josh. It looks like as if he had kissed off an early tree and then hit a second tree, which may have saved him from going out of bounds. We're gonna head back down the fairway in order to see if we can grab Josh's approach shot before the rest of the players will throw from theirs. As you can see, Josh is actually short of the amateur tee here, and possibly unintentionally playing the skip. However, it has kept him in bounds. Next to throw will be Bill Carey. Oh, and Jordan with a rare miss here on hole 26. With just one hole to play, it seems as if we have a small gallery that's forming all throughout. Players are coming in from all over the course. This is Josh tapping in. And Bill makes good on his birdie attempt. I apologize, on his bogey attempt. There you have it. That is hole 26. We're going to move right over to behind the basket on hole 27. This is going to be the final hole of the day. Let's check out the action. I'm the Disc Golf Guy, and this is the final hole of Kaposia Park. That's right, hole number 27 measuring in at just 180 feet. However, they've made it more challenging for you. That's right, they've gone ahead and elevated the basket just to make that putt a little more scary. Of course, there's out of bounds 10 to 15 feet directly behind the pin and on the left-hand side, so you got to be thinking about that. The wind's been up when we've been out here practicing, so let's see how these players are going to handle it today. For me, I'm just going to take my Ghost, nestle it right up next to the pin. And as the players are just exchanging their goodbyes and high fives and everything else after playing this very lengthy round together, Sid is grabbing the scores for the entire group. And before we close out, we will catch up with our card leader, which at this point looks very likely to be Jordan. John has the tee here after carding the par 3 on the previous hole. And he's going to need for that to slow down. And he has done so nicely. Very nice drive. Second on the tee is Sid, and that is going to stay safe, just a few feet short of the OB. And Bill has hung it a little bit wider right. That is going to be a tempting putt if he is going to run at that. And Jordan has also left himself one of those in-between putts where it's going to be really difficult to lay up, but yet he's going to need to play it very smart if he's going to run at it. And almost with perfection, Josh has put himself within 10 feet of the pin. I believe there is a thing as being actually too close to an elevated basket. Well, maybe I just say that because I'm so short, but being just that 10 feet away, it looks like that's the perfect position to be in. And we will have the final few throws by our card. Again, thank you everyone to tuning in today. This is the first round coverage of the 2014 Minnesota Amateur Championships here at Kaposia Park. We'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m., 27 holes in the morning, and then a final 9 for the top 4 advanced players. And we will then crown your amateur champion. Bill is seriously contemplating if he's going to be running at this or laying up. I think he's going to be laying this up, but that's just how I'm reading him. And he has done just that. Jordan is also assessing just how far away he is and whether or not he wants to run at this. Seems as if he will. And Jordan having a great round and could be possibly one of our leader card contenders for tomorrow. Made the smart play and just laid it up. And Yo Gabba Gabba is called out from the crowd. I don't think my kids are watching right now, but apparently there's some Yo Gabba Gabba fans here. Oh, and Sid is up and over. There is a sizable gallery of both players and non-players that are watching this action. A little extra pressure here. And Sid taps in. Oh, and after laying up, Bill's putt gets pushed right out of the basket. And Josh makes good. And we'll have Jordan tap in, and before he's got a chance to run off, we're actually going to talk to him. He's got to think about his 6-incher, and he makes good. All right, well, before he can run off too far, Jordan, how you doing, buddy?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing real well. We're going to grab you and talk to you. We featured you throughout the entire day, playing that very long 27-hole round. You're going to have to stay close to me for the mic here.
All right, perfect.
So for all your fans at home, let's talk real quick about your round out there. I think you had the hot round on the card.
Yeah, I just wanted to play safe and conservative, get some birds when I needed some, stay away some bogeys. I think I had 3 or 4 bogeys that, I mean, I had a couple, three bad putts that I should have made. Otherwise, I think I shot pretty well.
Did you have a score in mind when you were coming out to play the course?
When I was going in, I assumed I wanted to go 4 or 5 down would be pretty good. Then I think I ended up 5 down, which is not bad. I mean, I wish I could have made those putts.
Well,
it happens.
You even learn at the professional level. You don't always make those putts.
Yep.
Even the world champs say they always feel like they could have made one more even after 1,100 rated round. So what are you looking for tomorrow?
I'm just looking forward to the long holes. I just like playing this course. It's one of my top favorite courses in Minnesota, so I'm kind of pumped for it and play with more people, newer people, and just play the sport I like.
All right. So when you were out here today, was there a plan of attack when you were going out there? Were you thinking anything in particular when you were attacking some of those holes?
I just tried to stay in the fairway and just try and get it as close so that I knew I could try and get. Some of the holes, just challenging than the others, uphill and downhill.
All right. Now you have traveled quite a bit, at least recently.
Yep.
Tell everyone where you were and what you've accomplished.
I just got back from Mount Vernon, Texas. We went down and played the World Amateur Doubles Championship and finished 2nd out of the, I believe, 65 teams. So, I mean, we brought some hardware back to Minnesota.
There you go. And plans this year, are you going to be around for the Amateur
Yep,
Worlds?
I signed up for Am Worlds, and I think after that, I got a tournament that I'm going to go pro in that one. So
Awesome. And how old are you?
I am 20 years old.
All right, he's 20 years old, just a youngin'. I'll let you buy me a beverage instead of the other way around later. So there you have it. We know this is going to be one of the hot scores, at least I believe. I watched the play. It was really solid play throughout the entire group, and I think that's going to be one of the hotter scores. We'll more than likely see you out here tomorrow. So Jordan Castro, congratulations. Great shooting.
Thanks.
You got a whole round of 27 and possibly 9 after that tomorrow. Thank you to everyone else that was on the card. It was a real pleasure watching everyone. Any parting shots, any sponsors or supporters out there you want to say too?
J&J Disc Golf, Death Putt, and my new sponsor, Tie-Dye Disc Golf, and a huge shout out to the Dresdner Rats.
All right, well, there you go. Again, Jordan Castro, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., we're going to bring you the final round coverage, the 27 holes with slightly longer baskets, and then we'll bring you the final 9 after that before we crown our 2014 Minnesota Disc Golf Champion. Again, Jordan, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Hey there, this is Tom Marcus at Everyday Disc Golf in Newport, Minnesota. We're located in the southeast corner of the Twin Cities, just off Highway 494 and Maxwell Avenue. Check out our online store for a variety of top brands where stock discs are individually photographed to ensure customer satisfaction. This year I'm running a collection of 25 PDGA events called the Everyday Disc Golf Tour. I'm also running over 20 Bring Your Own Partner doubles format events called the Everyday Double Series. All this information and more can be found at our website, everydaydiscgolf.com.